How's everyone doing today? Welcome. Once again, I had the mic turned up too high, my bad. Still getting used to the new setup. We're going to be jumping here into Legends of Dragaea. Strife, welcome. How's it going? Hopefully you're having a good day. And I got to admit, I am absolutely, and positively wrecked from yesterday. Absolutely wrecked from yesterday. Sorry, just adjusting the camera a bit. There we go. Absolutely wrecked. That kind of stuff is... You tried playing the game last night? Got you. I don't know if it was a combination of my insomnia mixed with all the adrenaline, mixed with the, Kool-Aid from yesterday. I don't know, but I'm drinking an energy drink today because, my God, I'm just moving so slowly today. So slowly. Woo. Yeah, are you enjoying it so far? Are you enjoying this game so far? All right, let's load in here. Love how instant that was. Absolutely instant. Absolutely instant. You can't figure half of it out. I think, no, we've already applied our stuff here. We do need to look at all the legendaries that we've gotten so far. We also have a bunch of quests to claim here. Oh, I also need to turn, let's go back here. I need to turn the sound on. There we are. Nice, we got a new guild rank. Alright, you are led to the granary and sneak with the noble bandits through the monster's territory. While successful at picking the sturdy lock, your work is undone as the tall Waken grips the rusty door and yanks it open with a loud and prolonged screech of the unclean hinge. Thinking quickly, you grab a loose metal tool and run to the east to bang it on any rock you pass to attract what attention you can. Rumbles of the wild monsters grow from all sides as you think quickly. Yeah, I killed the second boss. I'll show you. You can assume the patrol routes of the creatures and decide on the ideal place to lay low while they search. Eventually, you find yourself climbing a thick and winding tree, high enough to witness in the distance the trio of bandits headed back to town with supplies in hand. By nightfall, you lower yourself to the ground and disappear in the night without a sound. Okay, we got that done. We got some stuff here as well on C+. Oh, we have to accept these, I see. As soon as you pull the quest slip from the board, a bang like thunder roars from across the room. A proud warrior has taken my challenge, voices the mountain of Awaken sitting across the room. He stands only to show you his height was greater than you might have guessed. He bends down to lift a massive and crude wooden club, swiftly lift it up and slam it down into his table in a massive and splintering display of destruction. The excitement on his face keeps him from hiding a wide grin as his animal pelt hangs loosely over his muscled body. With only a few steps, he approaches. Then you know clubs, my club I have had for many years, old. This guy talks weird. I need something greater. You can help me find the club I deserve, a club worthy of me. You give him a shaky thumbs up and pocket the quest slip. He smiles and nods to the gesture, walking away and rattling your bones with each heavy step he takes. Okay. You see a job on the quest board calling out for an experience for a specialized potion brewing task. The specifics are not listed, but experience is something at your employ. Find the location of the job. You head down a dark alleyway just behind a bright alleyway and adjacent to an oddly curved alleyway. Okay, too many descriptions of alleyways here. The road has always seemed straight, but you find yourself disoriented just as you stumble upon the small home of the client. A slender Perkin woman with frizzled hair and a pointed hat peers at you from the window with cat-like eyes before sliding over to the open door. You know potions, you know how to brew with a delicate touch. She spies behind you and down the alley before beckoning you inside. I need help with these ingredients. I cannot stop stirring for a moment, and it is critical that the brew's just right. Side effects of a bad potion are not at all appealing. Perkin scuttles over to a table with some paper scratched up and down in ink. Yes, I need assistance for this recipe indeed. Oh, and these two ingredients I need a little more than my stock. Bring these two too. Her demand sounds like you're already assigned the work as she presses a paper with brief instructions into your hand and closes the door, shouting one last time, bring those and be back soon. Yes, I want to get to work. Okay. Nice. Also have a lot of repeatable quests here. We're up to 4 million gold. All right. So, you were asking about the second boss. You're talking about Dark Castle? The boss dungeon in Dark Castle, I think is what you're talking about. It looks like we did. We're all the way through to the Skrell Swamps. We have a whole bunch of legendaries, though, that we have to go through and sort out. Boom. So many legendaries. Pokecatch, Relor. See, this is the thing. I don't know. So the generation of Pokemon games I played was, you know, Fire Red, Leaf Green, the remakes of Emerald. I played all the way up until Diamond and Pearl. And then Hearts, Gold, Soul Silver. So I played those. Did not play Black and White. There was like a few generations there that I just skipped. And then the most recent Pokemon game I played was Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield and the open world one that was like back in the day of when they were first making Pokeballs and stuff. I can't remember what that game's called, but I played that one. All right, I need another swig of this energy drink. I am so wrecked from yesterday. I'm going to keep talking about that, so it's probably going to get annoying. I do apologize. All right. My body and brain are not made for scary games. For sure. For sure. Do we have enough to put the plate armor on this guy yet? That unique plate armor? Surely by now, right? Yes. So this cannot gain status effects, cannot give status effects. But he gets Lance Mastery. He gets max life, max barrier. And melee accuracy. Comparatively, I think this is pretty good, right? So that's kind of what I wanted on him. What I also want to do here, at this point, I'm not going to micromanage everything. I'm just going to hit where best. Boom. And we're just going to do that on everybody. Nice. She got a legendary staff there. Yeah, so he that's best for him anyway. What is this, though? A dagger. Interesting. So, yeah. We're going to just hit where best on everybody. Let the game calculate it out. Alright. Cool. You can change the settings for where best. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't really know. The only thing I'm not thrilled at here is the fact that he got a dagger instead of the lance, but now we're gonna have to redo all the skills as well. I also want to sell everything there, and then probably we're already wearing the best of everything so far, so we could probably just The only thing well, see, a lot of these stuff come already locked. Oh wow, we actually have legendary stuff here as well. We actually need to set that up as well. Utilities. So this is a lot better. This one here is better. This one has how many uses though? This one has 2 uses, so that's pretty good. And then we have legendary lockpicks as well now. Uses, it has less uses, but it has a bonus, and it has life restoration, gives lucky to a party member, gives haste to a party member, gives comp. I mean, it's got some cool stuff on it, right? It does have less uses though, which is a little unfortunate. What is this? A medium restoration potion? So that's already better than this guy. Boom. But yeah, we are gonna have to start selling off a lot of our legendary equipment, because we just have too much at this point. We have too much at this point. Now, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to unlock everything in order to do this. Also, we should probably look at that quest with the club. The club quest. Club quest. Where's my quests? It's easier to get there through here. Accepted quests. Need a good club. Have an adventure with level 57 club. So we should probably get clubs on somebody. So somebody's gonna have to take a sacrifice here. Maybe this. No, he can't use that. This guy can use a club. And we can run the boss dungeon with him. The only thing... I should probably make sure that his actual weapon that his wear best is on is locked. So it's the adamant dagger. It is locked, so we want to keep that one locked and put that club. Oops, crap. Equip this club. There we go. Okay, come in here. So the adamant dagger we want to keep on. Everything else we can unlock. This should give us a whole lot of money. A whole lot of money. And then we're also going to have to manage the abilities. I wonder if there's a quest or like an achievement for... I don't even care about the uniques at this point. We're just going to get rid of everything. I wonder if there's an achievement for equipping a legendary in every slot. Because eventually we should be able to achieve that. This should give us so much money, though. So much money. All right, now make sure that dagger is still locked. That's 51k from all that. Why did these not sell? Because we didn't have uniques filtered. I guess we can keep the uniques. We can keep the uniques. That's fine. Okay, so we do want to go through the abilities. Make sure that, see, like this guy, since he has an axe, can no longer use this ability. In fact, we might even want to start leveling up some of these other ones. So she's still fine on all her stuff. What magic class is this? Staff mastery is what this is. She has a lot of staff mastery. But what we actually want to see here is her white magic stuff. Yeah, that's what I thought. Revive all party members, then restores the life and barrier of all party members to full. Like, that's gonna be pretty good here. And then for the rest, the shield's okay. I think the heal is gonna be better on her. So we have heal and we have this. Also for that imbue, we have a better version of this now. I don't know. There is Imbue Plus. All your melee abilities are powered up and are more effective. Magic abilities. I don't know. We'll just swap that out for now. Do we have a better Foxfire thing? No. Foxfire is its own thing. That's probably fine. Also for him, what do we got here? Anything amazing? Yeah, I just kind of want to level up his other stuff, so that's fine. For this guy, we now have a dagger on. So triple stab plus. Triple stab plus is already better. Steel is fine. Hold position. Giving them all a shield. Barrier in, thrust into the barrier of an enemy and shatter it to nothing. Assassinate. Perform a devastating back attack on an enemy that ignores barrier. If they survive, they're inflicted with vulnerable. That's going to be pretty good, I think. We're fine here because we haven't really been running these guys that much. This does need to be changed as well, though, to something else. Interesting. We actually have okay, we have to find something else here. Focus. I guess that's fine. Steel is fine. That's all good. Okay. Abilities are good. We have a lot of upgrades we could do because we have a lot of materials now. We have 300 of these, so we might as well just upgrade this. Upgrade that. Yep, we'll upgrade this. Upgrade this. Nice. Okay, no legendaries in there. No legendaries in there. Okay, nothing great there. Meh. We can now buy these as well. Good. Then what about in here? What did we do? On. That was weird. That did something weird. No, this is what I wanted here. Okay, so this is just... We upgraded the inventory slice to 300. That's pretty good. Pretty good. What about in here? What did we do? I think we increased our roster size, but I don't see. Okay, sure. We can upgrade rarities. Okay, this one we can't do yet. Can't do that one yet. Nope. This one we can do. I don't know if it's worth doing this, but we're doing it anyway. Do 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 do. Okay. Nice. Okay. All right, let's do bosses. Yeah, I don't know if we can actually do a full slot now. I did want to check that. If I hire an adventurer like this, leveled personal space Foxfire, no. 68. 68s are our highest. Hype up. This one's pretty good. Let's hire this guy. Come in here, roster. There, yes. Okay. Nice. So we can now have a full roster. Let's go in here. That guy's abilities are fine. Inventory, no. Equipment. Want this guy. Wear best. Okay. And now we have full rosters. 61% chance of success. We're filtering only for legendaries. Let's do 5 runs. Whoa, we got a quest complete here. Nice, we did do this. So we actually already did that. That means... Where's our club guy? This guy. Can now get that going. And yeah, let's do 5 runs here. I don't know if we beat this one yet, actually, now that I'm looking at this boss. I think that was our first defeat, or first win, I guess. Now my computer's like, hey, you want to restart? No, I don't want to restart right now. Thank you very much, so. Also, did I adjust? Yeah, I did. Alright, and then... Okay. If the game seems a little loud, let me know. Nice, we're up to time 6 on that. Give me 20. Nice, we got some legendaries there. Goal here is to get up to the ×8 speed. Level up the dungeon boss. Right. Yeah, right now we're just trying to get to ×8. Then we'll mess with our leveling stuff. We got another legendary there. I don't know why, but I could have just raised my microphone up and I don't have to be squatting down as much. You know, get a little bit of better posture going on. Nice, another legendary there. Checking the perks menu. I need to redo that since making all the changes to the equipment. I do need to change over that. Make sure all the perks that we have selected are the ones that we want. Nice. We did get up to level 8 there, though. Let's also make sure that we do this. We want item drop rate. We have 7 here. Okay, we've already done that one. 20 here, item drop rate. That one's good. 47 here, item drop rate. A lot of this is just because we were running it passively while we were playing other games. Okay, looks good. Got a quest. Nice. And abilities. Abilities? No. Perks. Wow, we got a lot of perks to apply now. A lot of perks to apply now. Huh. We can... Oh, that's unequipped. I thought it said upgrade. Counterattacks damage the entire enemy party. gonna be pretty good. That might be good. I don't know how good that is. Hidden. When a hidden event is revealed. Sure. Unlocks or disarms. 20% chance not to spend. Got a lot here as well. Yeah, that's... Oh. I was curious what this all meant. So, oh, okay, I see. I see. So he needs more. I see. I think we're running an axe on him right now, though. Yeah, I wasn't sure what all this was. I get it now. I get it now. Running... This is where I wish... Once again... Yeah. I wish there were... More menus should show you... Like, what is equipped on each character. Like this one seems like a pretty pertinent one. To be able to see what's equipped. I want to unequip everything now. Actually, we'll just restart from the beginning here. Just so I can know what's going on. These two are static. Okay. So... Melee accuracy, maximum life and barrier, physical defense and magic defense. It's pretty good. That's an extra 71. That would make him very tanky. So this kind of tanks him out a bit. So he has an axe. Okay. Additional... Oh, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Melee crit chance. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's probably pretty good there. Anything that scales off of levels, I think, is going to be pretty good. All right, so for her... Yeah, we want this. That's probably pretty good. Yeah, that's going to be good. On. This. Ability to restore. Nah. Magic abilities that target allies always crit. Okay, sure. Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? Dodging. Haste. Agility. This would allow her to avoid traps, so that's going to be pretty good. I want to see it. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hidden stuff. I don't think we have any hidden stuff going on. Green magic. Black magic. We have some stave stuff. Barrier. Defense. Gonna be pretty good. I think that's gonna be pretty good. What are you going for there? The Veluza. The Veluza. Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out this mic positioning stuff. There. That's probably going to be fine there. Alright, so this guy's our tank. We definitely want that. We definitely want that. So this is our tank. Currently, he has a dagger equipped. Sure, extra stealing. Unfortunately, because of his shield, this isn't going to work. Yeah, that's going to be pretty good. Okay. Guaranteed crits. Yeah, sure. Pretty good. Yeah, and then these guys don't have too much that we can do because we're not running them that much. Yeah. We have to run the boss dungeons more in order to get all these guys leveled up. So it's going to be pretty good. I think we made some progress there. I do want to look at our equipment. Gain ability bonus power equal to your physical and magical block chances. Cannot block. What does this do? Gain ability power bonus. So it makes his ability stronger. Nah, I don't want that. That's probably fine on him. There we go. We got some stuff there for him. Nice. Yeah, this I don't want at all. All right, let's... We've pretty much maxed out this one. What's the third one? 45, 33, 27. So this is the next one. We only have 45% success chance here. Let's run it. Yeah, this one's going to be very slow. Very slow on this one. Two of our party members are down, but they revived. Nice, we got it though. We got it though. Now we're at ×2 speed. ×4 speed. I love how quickly the dungeons level up. The boss dungeons. We're seemingly doing completely fine on this one. Or up to times 6. It's crazy, a mimic, a soul mimic, gives us more money than the boss does. We're up to level 33. Oh, nice. Got a legendary staff there. We also got something weird there. Looked like a rainbow. Nice, times 8. I'll have to go back to the town and see what that rainbow thing was. Okay. Let's go first. This. Let's level it up for item drop chance. Okay, so I don't forget. So it must have been a material? Yeah, what is this? Chromatic dust can be used to add +1 to an equipped item or to upgrade a legendary, a unique legendary. Huh. Interesting. We did do a quest. Nice. We also have 7 points of guild upgrades to do. I'm trying to unlock the whole board. There you go. We have the full board unlocked now. Really pump up the item drop chance. All right, let's go back here and do a times 20 here because it's still worth doing these to get the points. And we're still getting legendaries from this as well. They're just probably not very good legendaries. So we're a little over halfway through, and we've gained 3 levels. Checked out the bestiary. I'll have to look. I will have to look. I'm assuming it gives insight to species and stuff like that. Okay, we gained 5 levels there. Bestiary. Oh, I see. Plus 10 attack. Plus 20 dagger. Plus, okay. So if we defeat this guy 100 times, we get max life. I see. All right, let's go do the worm. Back. Dungeons, playing caves. Not sure how many it said we needed. Let's go 30. It's just a shame because doing these take a lot longer. Than the boss dungeons. The boss dungeons are a lot faster. Like, if we're trying to get to, like, this boss of this dungeon, if there was a way to just to skip directly to floor 3 every time, it wouldn't be that bad. Like, we just one-shot the boss of this dungeon, and now we gotta go through this all over again. But it's not bad. It's not terrible. It's just, you know, a floor skip would be appreciated, for sure. Our stats are pretty insane right now, though. 567, 306, and 576 on the health. 334, 200, and 195. Like, it's pretty insane. Like, from where we started to where we are now. Kind of crazy. Like, I guess in one sense, if we crank up the treasure floors, it would be less combat. That might help with clear speed. Yeah, because getting chests and stuff is a lot faster. So, like, if we come out, come here, do this, and we just crank up treasure floor chance, that might help. So we're at 30% there. That might help with the speed. While we're here, though, let's check the BCR again. I want to see. So we're at 78. So yeah, we need 22. 22 kills of this dungeon is what we're at. We're now out of lockpicks. Didn't matter. Didn't matter. I wonder if I can use that chromatic compound to increase the amount of uses on stuff like the lockpicks and stuff. Treasure floor, nice. Earthquake. One of the reasons why I wanted to get the microphone stand as well as the phone stand is because of the earthquakes. They seem to be happening pretty frequently here. Nice legendary axe. Boom, boom, boom. Treasure floor, good. Alright, I'm gonna let this run. I need to use the restroom. And it's time for a break anyway, so I will be right back. Alrighty, how's it looking here? How's it looking? Can you hear in my voice how tired I am? I'm thinking about that as I'm speaking. I'm like, man, I sound so freaking drained. And Enderman's wanting me to do that scary stream like a lot more often. I'm like, ugh. With how I'm feeling today, I can't do it. Can't do it. So mind you, this is at ×8 speed, right? This is as fast as we can do these dungeons. And we're only on dive 7. This is where I think a floor selector, like if you're trying to target a specific mob for the bestiary, you should be able to do a floor selector. Because like, what, like the 3rd floor has the wasps, or the mosquitoes, or whatever they are, the bugs. The 2nd floor has the goblins. Like, in theory, we could also run a different team, right? We could run a different team through the dungeons, but... And, like, get some levels on them, but I don't see the advantage there. When we have this team here with Blue Beacon, Eriko, and Nagahide, this is our A team, right? This is our dungeon exploration team. They're our highest level candidates. Do these dungeons, and with just how much scaling this team has, we're able to do these boss dungeons with relative ease. The other characters are just there for support roles, more stealing, more buffing, stuff like that. So it's like, you know, like I don't know the value of actually scaling them. The only downside is when you're doing it like this, and you have a star team, and you're doing a boss dungeon, if your star team goes down, well, then you're pretty much screwed, right? I want to see what that bug's called. So I'm slowing it down a little bit here. I just need that bug to show up. I don't remember if it's a mosquito or a wasp. Ah, crap. Never mind. I was too slow. Too slow on the reaction. Let me hover my mouse here, and then on the next one we will try to figure out what that is. Treasure floor, of course. There's probably something interesting for mimics as well. So that's probably why you'd want to boost the mimic chance if you're trying to bestiary mimics. Alright, so this is where we want to see that flying bug. Nope, that's not it. Should have an encounter here pretty shortly, I would think. Nope. Not it. There it is. A giant bee. So it is a bee. All right. It just doesn't look like a bee. So I don't think of it as a bee. We're on dive 10 here. And our number was 22 or 23, I think. Boom, boom, boom. Treasure floor again. Nice. Soaring higher and higher. Can't see the ground. Are getting so bright. For the next sub goal, oh, first of all, I do need to reset that. I'll probably reset it next month. But for the next sub goal, for the point goal, I'll have to run this by everybody. One of the ideas I had was a karaoke night. I don't know if people would be interested in hearing that or not. I know I'm not the best singer. But karaoke nights was something I used to do years ago. Probably about 13 years ago. Yeah, if I remember right, Twitch actually has a karaoke app. And with this sound card, I actually have little effects I can do, like I can increase the echo. I can put on echo, so it sounds a little bit more like, you know, like a karaoke mic would. I even thought about getting my wife involved, like, because she likes to sing karaoke. She's Filipino, so of course Filipinos love karaoke. So I even thought about getting her involved with it, and then gonna see if like she wanted to join in. We could even do members of the community as well if they wanted to join in on the karaoke as well. But if people aren't for that idea, then we don't have to do it, of course. Did I get a legendary? Oh, I did. Yeah, see, tier 1s though. I think any legendaries we get from this dungeon aren't going to be worth it. Boom, 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 boom. All right, let's slow it down here. Let's take a pause. And I want to see how far we're at here on our kills. We're at 90 of 100, so we need 10 more. 10 more kills on this guy. We need quite a few here as well. And that just gives some max life. Magic power. Lance mastery is kind of whatever. Magic block chance is pretty good. Yeah. So we just need to do that dungeon 10 more times. 10 more times. While we're here, we can also I want to look, actually come back here. I want to look at mimics. Surely there's a bestiary page for mimics, right? Yeah. Oh, we actually have already done it. That's amazing. We don't even need to do mimics specifically, so we don't have to grind them out. That's max life, max barrier on this guy, magic defense. Okay. Those are the boss specific dungeons. A lot easier to get those. Then what would I want to do? I don't really want encounter rate up. We've already increased our treasure floor. I guess just adventure XP because, yeah, I guess. We only need 10. So once these 10 are done, then we're done with this dungeon for now. Your face out of my heart. Overwhelming me. All right, that's one done. That was an interesting legendary. A heavy mantle. Unique legendary. It slows all your attacks down. You get 0 agility. And it's just the stats that you're going for there. Wow, that's actually kind of crap, I think. It does give max life and regen, I guess, but yeah, that's kind of crap. You're right. This energy drink is kicking in, making me feel a lot better. That's good. I was a little worried. With how I felt this morning, but I actually had 2 cups of coffee as well, so definitely over pumping on the caffeine intake, but gotta get through. So as of tomorrow, so my folks and my grandma did land. They are, you know, at the house there, 3 hours away from here. But there's still a typhoon coming in, aka a hurricane coming in. Fortunately, the path has diverted away from this island that I'm on now. I say fortunately in the fact that this island just got smacked with one, and people lost their lives, so I'm hoping this next one's not as bad. Now, unfortunately, it is aimed at a different island in the nearby vicinity, so, you know, so I'm not saying that's fortunate for them, but we definitely did not need to get hit again. But it is, this hurricane, or typhoon, whichever one you want to say, is wide enough that it looks like the Like, it's still gonna hit this island. It's just not gonna be a direct hit. But the storm itself is wide enough that it looks like, you know, we're still gonna get the wind and the rain and stuff like that from it. So hopefully, because the poor people here just, they need a break, right? They've gone through earthquakes. They've gone through one typhoon / hurricane already. And yeah, the poor people here just need a break. So hopefully this next one's not that bad. But yeah, my folks have landed. They're with my grandma. They're fine. They made it. The issue right now though is there's no internet there at their house. So I'm waiting for this storm to get past, and it's like I said, it's supposed to hit tomorrow, and then we'll see what the after effects are. As of right now, it's looking like maybe Sunday, Monday, Tuesday is when I'm gonna go there and visit them, and you know, do their network engineering stuff. But yeah, they don't have internet right now, so they have to get the internet company out there to fix it, and then plus the storm. Those are, so we're just gonna kind of play it by ear. I'll be posting it in Discord, of course, and on Facebook whenever I do actually end up heading there, and it's just gonna be for a couple days. Halfway through our goal. Then after this, I'm not going to grind out any more mobs for right now. I'm going to push new dungeons, and I just want to keep pushing the new dungeons until hopefully we get all the dungeons unlocked. And then after that, we can go back there and, you know, do some farming. But I would like to try to get all the dungeons unlocked and all that. I'd imagine there should be probably an achievement for getting characters up to level 100 as well. And we're getting pretty close on quite a few of our characters. I think Bluebeak, which is, of course, our main character, that I think he's the closest, and he's probably going to get there the fastest. Ideally, we would scale with Bluebeak specifically. Once we get his white magic up and his red magic up, we would start scaling some other ones as well, because that's going to increase his level experience and stuff like that faster. We're already on 7 of 10 here, so we're almost done with this grind. I also want to revisit Clover Pit at some point. I would like to max out all the gold cards and rainbow cards on Clover Pit as well. So that's also going to be a grind. I don't know when exactly we're going to do that, but I would like to. And it's just going to be like completionist runs. So we're not going to try to break the game or nothing. Not specifically going for 999 runs or nothing like that. It's just literally get in, get to 250,000, and then max out the cards. Nice, we just stole a legendary sword, dagger? I don't know, it was one of the two. Dive 9 of 10 here. Imagine doing this, the whole thing at like ×1 speed. That would be so rough. It's already rough enough at ×8 speed. Boom, 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 ba da da da. Oh, nice. We got something else that I didn't get to see it, but dive 10 of 10. Last dive here. Treasure floor? Okay, that's fine. Just helps us get through a little bit faster. Nice. Yeah, I was gonna say we should be completing quests as well. Not that the money really matters at this point. We have so much money. Unless something changes that we just need a whole bunch of money. Nice. Looks like we finished that. Let's go ahead and crank up that. Let's look at our bestiary. Yes, 100 kills, complete. Nice. Let's also, I want to look at these legendaries. Nice, so we actually did get some usable stuff. We did get some usable stuff here. Nothing there. Supposedly some better gloves. I don't see how. It has better agility on it. But like these other stats are just trash. I don't know how it's saying this expedition is, you know, better. Okay, let's go to the market. We could do some gambling. I'm sure the likelihood of getting anything great here is not going to be very high. Never know, though. We are getting some legendaries, so that's fine. Nice. Nothing good for him. Nothing good for her. Nothing good for him. And they're really the only ones we care about, honestly. So we can just go to the market, shop armor, sell. Get rid of it all. Nice. Okay. Now, let's push through here. I don't know if we have ×8 unlocked on this yet. I'm not exactly sure the level requirements there. Let me do one here. Yeah, we do have the ×8 already unlocked. So we can push this dungeon once. Because I think I did most of this yesterday while we were playing all the other games, so we haven't actually seen this full dungeon yet. So it's probably worth doing this. Yeah, we're struggling a little bit here. Bluebeak took a lot of shield damage. With the movement speed buff, I'm not exactly sure how that works. Like, do you only need one party member to have the movement speed buff in order to actually, you know, move faster throughout the dungeon? Or, nice. Okay, so that was that dungeon. We did complete it. Pretty good. We do have this one. We have a 90% success chance here. We're going to do 30 because we need to really level this one up. Try to get the ×8 unlocked on this dungeon. Yeah, these level 1 dungeon crawls are always pretty rough. These X1 dungeon crawls. So, just a couple of wisps. So far, that's the only thing we've seen. New ore type. Classic. An ore vein with nothing in it. Boom, ba-dum, boom, boom, ba-dum, dum, 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 dum. Into the light I will fly. Yeah, so with the shield shrine, because Nagahide has that unique legendary equipped. He doesn't get anything. What is this? Rested. The character's XP rate is increased by 40%. And he just got luck, crit and dodge, and ability increase as well. Nice. I wonder if later dungeons have even more floors than like 4, or 4 is the max. More risk. Wisp. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we at least need to get this up to 5 so we can get X2 speed. Excuse me. Ideally, with 30 runs, we should at least get to, I think, 4. Which is level 10. We might get up to level 6, though. Or X6. Level 20. I would imagine at some point somebody's done a chart that, I don't know, the game might be too new, but someone might have done a chart already that shows the exponential curve. Guided by intuition, blessing out my temptations. I need to find the way, find the color through the gray. Up to level 3. 2 more levels to get to X2. It's like we're just sludging through a swamp. Oh, mandrakes. If the dev wanted to be really mad, or really, not mad, the dev wanted to be really mean, they could have made the mandrakes like do a scream when they popped up. Blessed by the shrine. Getting all these various levels on everything. What is that? Okay. It looked like a flower pod, but then it had equipment in it that got sold. Interesting. We're at level 4, so we're almost up to 2x speed here. Another flower pod. Nice, 93 gold. So we have quests here as well. Wisps, Lamia, and Swamp Witch. So this is the boss, I'm pretty sure. This is a creature. Obviously, the wisps are a creature as well. Wizard. A wizard with shield. Ooh, that's kind of scary. Took Eriko's shield down there. Halfway through level 4 here. Almost a 2x speed. And this is just in one dive. So in one dive, we're getting up to 2x speed pretty much. Plus, if the boss is tanky, that's one thing I've noticed too. If the boss is tanky, or like, you know, even if you're doing the boss dungeons, right, they're usually tankier than the normal bosses. The more hits that you're getting on the boss, the faster you're leveling the dungeon. So you kind of, I guess, in a way, want tanky creatures, so that way you're getting more of the dungeon XP. Almost the X2 speed here. Boom, boom. Bottom, boom. Nice. Okay, we're at X2 now. Floor 4. That chest is buried in the mud. With 2,000 gold in it. 2,500 gold. Not too bad. Yeah, X2 typically feels more normal, of a normal speed to me. Anything past X2, then it feels like we're actually speeding up, but then X2 feels like it should be like the actual normal speed. It's very satisfying once you unlock the X2. And we are on floor 4 of 4, getting closer and closer to the boss. Nice. Level 6, and here comes the boss. And the boss is dead. And we got the achievement for defeating the boss. Good. Bluebeak's up to 78 already. That's pretty good. Eriko's up to 75. I'd imagine by now he's probably leveled, Bluebeak has probably leveled the white magic and red magic, so where we could probably swap those skills out. Or those abilities. I don't remember terminology. One's skills, one's abilities. But If our dungeon XP keeps scaling the way it is, we should not have to do all 30 runs in order to get the times 8 unlocked. Kind of the goal is the times 8. We're already at level 7. At level 10, we're doing X4. The traps are always scary to me. At this point, though, with our 2 revive potions down here, the medium resurrection potions, as well as her ability to reviving all party members, I don't see a lose, right? So the only way we would lose, and it's a low probability chance, is if everybody dies from a trap and only these 2 get revived and she doesn't get revived. But as long as she does, you know, there's a 2 out of 3 chance that she gets one of these potions. As long as she gets revived, everybody gets revived. So, yeah. What is that, like a 66% chance that she actually, you know, gets revived and then revives everybody else? Well, if you're doing proper rounding, it's 66.6, so it's 66. So it's actually 67. There's a 67 probability that she actually gets one of these revive potions. Worst case scenario. Now, if we got one that had 3, well, then that would just guarantee that she gets revived, and then she's able to revive everybody here as well. So that's essentially 2 lives per character, guaranteed. 3 potentially. Three potentially if the targeting actually works with these 2 getting hit first and then her being left alone with her revivability. Now, if we did get, so if we get, like, we're working on his white magic. If we get his white magic all the way up to level 100 to where he can also have this skill, or even him. Well, not really him. We don't really want him to have it. But if we get him to have this skill, then that basically sets us up for a very long time. At that point, because even at this 2 use of the resurrection potion, if they both have resurrection abilities, that guarantees that one of them is going to have it. So that guarantees what? 2? That guarantees 2 lives each at least, and some would end up with 3, if not 4. There's one of these mobs that die, and the sound effect literally just sounds like somebody breathing into a microphone. And I keep thinking it's my microphone, but it's not. It's something in the game. It's one of the... I think it's the Wisp. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know for sure. Or it might be the wizard sound effect. I'm not sure. There's one of these sound effects that literally sounds like blowing into a microphone, though. And I keep looking over like, oh, is that me? No, it's not me. It's the game. Yeah, we're just... Nice! I wanted to look at those, but I guess I don't get to. That was our first legendary here. And we're almost up to level 9, which is X4 speed. So we're on our third dive now. Our first dive guaranteed us X2. It looks like our third dive... So it is it does scale exponentially on the difficulty of getting to the next level, it looks like. It looks almost halved, honestly. But by 3 dives, you should be able to get to X4, it looks like. Pretty much guaranteed. Sorry, that one snuck up on me. Tried to, but couldn't. I instinctively coughed to my right side, which is, well, probably for the best because I have the whole mic stand on the left side. But even before, I was always coughing over to the right, instinctively. And the sound card's over on the right side, so if I'm coughing, covering my mouth, I can't reach for that microphone thing at the same time. So I try to get it when I can. I do apologize if I miss it every now and then, though. Almost up here. Yeah, there it is. X4 speed now. So that's going to speed this right on along. When I end up going back to the States, I'm going to attempt to keep a similar stream time. I'm going to have to do the math on that to figure out exactly when that is. I don't remember if it's in the morning time in the States or in the afternoon. It's all going to depend on what's going on, really. But the microphone I have back there, it's a very old mic, but it's a USB condenser mic with a soft button is what I would call it. Like, that's the best description I have for it. It's not a physical push button, but it's like a slide your finger over it and it activates, deactivates, I guess. It's more like a sensor, I guess. Touch sensor. But it's got a very cool touch sensor on the microphone that has the mute function on the mic, which is cool. I will be using that because that's what I have there. I'm not going to bring my whole setup when I go back to the States here. I'll be in the States for about a month. For family reasons as well as personal reasons. I have some personal stuff to take care of while I'm there. The only downside is going to be right in the middle of winter. And I have not experienced winter in 8 years. So we'll see how that goes. But guys, it is time for our next break. Feel free to grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be right back. We're going to let this continue on, and we'll see when we get back how many dives we managed to get through. All right, it looks like we're up to level 13 on dive. We just finished dive 4, so we're up to dive 5. Doing pretty good, moving along here. Couple things I wanted to talk about as well. First of all, yesterday, I wanted to describe some things that happened yesterday. So, if you were here for it, you've seen it. Power goes out after I'm talking to the ghost. Scares the crap out of me. When the power came back on and everything else, right, we switched games, all that, no problem. And then one other thing that happened, and I was eerily aware of this as it was happening. As the day progressed and it got darker and darker, nighttime, right, hit here, while we're playing these games. And I increasingly got more and more nervous because every time I would go, like, let's say downstairs to get another drink or whatever, every time I stepped out of this room, everything was dark. And of course I'm turning lights on, stuff like that, as I'm going through. And just different instances. And it was like after the stream, I go outside, let the dogs out. It's completely dark outside. For some reason, the lights outside weren't working, so it was completely dark. Scared the crap out of me. Also, that was a dungeon, a boss dungeon chest that just popped up there. I think that's the first time I've seen that. So that was interesting. Floor 2 of 4. Random boss chest. And I know we increased that. We increased the perk, but that was one of our guild perks that we got. One of these times, so far, I think our lock-picking skill on these 3 are so high that it may be very rare. But every time we see a trap, I always get worried that it's going to not be disarmed. And it's just going to blow us up. And it hasn't happened for a while, thankfully. But I should check the lock-picking stats on these guys. I know it's not called that. There's just so many terms in this game that I can't remember them all. But I think it's called like security chance or something like that. I should check that. Just about to hit level 15 here of this dungeon. Nice. How's our quest looking? Probably pretty good, yeah. Yeah, we're probably going to finish all 3 of these quests. We just have to get the Lamias defeated at this point. We are losing some income by doing these mass runs, but the income's not that important. It's more about just getting the quests themselves done. I'm also noticing, I'm pretty sure these are all the repeatable quests. And I kind of wish there was... You could see the other non-repeatable quests from here. I don't know if that's an option somewhere. Oh, here's our log. I've never even looked at this log before. That's interesting. I don't want to hit the settings. Well, I kind of want to hit the settings just to see if there's a way to look at other logs and stuff, but I think settings guarantee pauses the dungeon, and I don't necessarily want to do that right now. Mimic, nice. What? Oh, She got a lot of buffs there. Oh, XP rate increased. Nice. Yeah, unfortunately, he's not going to be getting any of this because of that unique. So it's kind of unfair to him. He's going to be leveling a lot slower compared to these two because of that legendary unique we have on him. Because he doesn't get any of these other buffs. So that is a downside of that. To the point where it may not be worth actually keeping that item. But yeah, going back to my trip to the States, it's going to be really interesting. So this will be the first time that the house in the States has fiber. So I'll be able to ideally stream at the same quality that I do here. But I'm going to be using my laptop. And my laptop has worse hardware than this desktop. And this desktop is already old, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how that laptop holds out. We're up to level 16 on the dungeon. When we hit level 20, we can X6 the speed. Something I'm gonna try to do too, when we have our couple days off and I have to go, you know, to my folks' house, and my grandma will be there. I'm going to try to get a group photo, and I'll probably post that in the Discord in case you guys want to see, you know, my family. If you guys would be interested in seeing that. This is the first time my grandma has been outside of... Well, no, that's not true. How do I phrase this? It's the first time she's been this far outside of the continental U.S. She's been outside of the country, like to Mexico, and I think... Oh, I know Mexico. I don't know about Canada or not, but... so, like, actually flying over an ocean and doing all this travel. Very first time she's done that kind of thing, which is awesome. I'm glad that my folks were able to do that for her. I contemplated doing like a network engineering live stream while I was setting up this stuff, but I don't think that's going to be entertaining for you guys. So that's why I just decided it's probably just better if I just take a couple days off and get it done. I don't think it's going to be very interesting for you guys to see that side of things. I've even contemplated it here, right, with my own equipment that I have set up here about showing how things are configured and how you set things up and all that. But I don't think that I could make that entertaining for you guys to watch. Plus, there's a security side of it as well, right? So, like, with my own personal stuff, I wouldn't want to show that, right? For the security aspect of it. Now, if I had a separate, home lab that was not actually what I was running, then I wouldn't mind showing that off. But my actual running equipment, I probably wouldn't want to show that. There's another program that Cisco, which is one of the large manufacturers at 90, I think the stat might be a little outdated, but the last I knew, Cisco is like 90% of the world's networking equipment manufacturer, and they have a program that's a standalone program. It doesn't connect to the internet, nothing like that, that you can actually build out your own networks and stuff like that and play around with it. I did contemplate that as well, doing some content on that. But like I said, I don't think, like, a select few people might find that interesting. I don't think the majority of people are going to find that interesting. I'm going to find it interesting. I'm going to find it fun just because I really enjoy that kind of stuff. And that's, that's what I was trying to do while I was in the military. And even before that, I had actually went to college for about a year in order to do network engineering. Because of financial issues, I wasn't able to finish that. But that's why when I did join the military, I went and I was like, this is the type of job I want. This is what I want to do. And that's the job I took. Unfortunately, fortunately, I don't know how to put that. I really enjoyed the job I did. Right. But I did not do it. How do I explain that? I did it on an enterprise level, but I did it in a combat unit. So we were constantly deploying all the time. And it's a very unique skill set that environment gives you, I guess. And it doesn't... It adds an extra layer to the job. Let's put it that way. It adds an extra layer to the job. And translating that onto paper can be difficult. No, that was the actual boss. Never mind. I thought for a second we were on a different floor and we had a spare extra boss chest there. But nope. Almost up to level... We're on level 19. Almost up to level 20 at X6 speed. And so far we've done 9 runs. So it's looking like if you do a 10 run, you get up to X6. Based on the exponential drop of the dungeon XP, I think the 30x dungeon run should still get us up to X8 on the speed. But going back over to the combat unit enterprise level stuff here. And I'm sorry, some of you guys might not give to like you may not care at all. And I'm just sharing a story. But you know, every experience kind of makes a person, right? So this is kind of why I'm sharing this. For a normal network engineering position, when I say normal, that's in quotes. Nothing is normal. Everything's unique. But for a run-of-the-mill network engineering experience, you're going to be working at a company. They're going to have a network already set up. The only thing you're going to be concerned about, for the most part, is if something stops working, the security of the network, and then if you need to do any upgrades. That's going to be like your top 3. We are up to X6 speed now, so now we're chugging along a little bit faster here. But so those are the top 3 that you're going to be concerned with. And with the combat side of that thing, you're constantly deploying, and when I say deploying, I mean setting up and then tearing down equipment, right? You're constantly doing that. Every time you go somewhere, that's what you're doing, for the most part. It's very rare you're going into an environment with an already established network set up. So you're constantly having to deploy, tear down, deploy, tear down, deploy, tear down, set up, tear down, set up, tear down. You're doing upgrades and stuff in between all that. You know, you're upgrading the equipment, upgrading the configs, all that stuff. And that's where I'm trying to get the point across, that translating that on a piece of paper to another company that you're looking at with potential employment, that's where it gets a little frustrating, trying to translate that on paper. Like, oh, this is what I did. All right, we got a trap coming up. I kind of want to fail. I want to fail one of these traps just because I want to see if our team survives it. The likelihood of us doing that, though, I don't think is very high. The X6 speed feels very nice. For sure, though. Something I was seeing, too, in the patch notes. So this game did get a patch recently. And it was talking about something about expeditions. And, you know, it was talking about, like, having teams out on expeditions. That part I don't understand. Like, is what we're doing now, is this an expedition? Is this what it was talking about? Or is there a way in the background to send teams out without the animation aspect of sitting here watching the dungeon crawl? Like, could I be... I have, what, 2 other teams? Could I be sending them out to other dungeons while I'm doing this dungeon? Because I haven't seen anything like that. But if it was a thing, that would be very beneficial. Because now... Oh, it is a thing, but you're not sure what building you need to upgrade. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. That is a thing. Nice. I'll have to look at that then. I'll have to try to see if any of the building upgrades talk about it. Yeah, getting past level 20 though, your XP, your dungeon XP just scales so bad. Yeah, Bluebeak's already up to level 80. Erico's up to 77. Yeah, we're gonna have to take off the that unique legendary chestplate for Dragaea because I can't have this. It's not, that character is not getting the buffs, right? So like right now, boom, all these buffs that are happening. This is extra XP and stuff like that. And the fact that he doesn't get that means he's leveling up a lot slower comparatively to these two. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think that drawback. I think that's too heavy of a drawback for that item. Also, it did look like we failed that trap, and we're fine. So yeah, we're all good. Looks like we do not die if we fail a trap. This team just like goes forever. It looks like basically is what's happening here. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through this dive. So we're on 12. When we finish 12, I'll back out. I want to see if I can figure out what building has the expeditions. Of course, we get a treasure floor. I guess that's good timing after I say that. Do you see the amount of locked chests on that floor? There's got to be a way of scaling your lock picks. I don't know what that. I don't know if it's the chromatic compound that does it or what, but like you have to be able to get so many lock picks. Yeah, so that trap just went off. We did not deactivate it, obviously, because we're out of lock picks, and we didn't even use a revive. All we did was use some potions. So yeah, I think this team just goes for just basically is immune to everything. Boom, there's another trigger, and we used one potion. This team's just too good. Boom, and again we used one potion. This team is goated. All right, we're on our last floor here. So I'm going to slow it down to 2x. Okay. And boom. Okay, now let's leave. Get out of here. Let's go to town. Logic would dictate that it would be the guild house that allows you to do it. Access to the expeditions. Here it is. Here it is, right here. Boom. Send parties out on dungeons while you focus on other things. Also works while the game is off. Boom. So you have to get your guild house up to level 4, which we can do. And we just got it because of this ore that we just got from that dungeon. That is awesome. Boom. Expeditions. Okay. Well. Expeditions. Oh, maybe. Okay, maybe. Okay, I see. All right, nice. Boom. Complete quests. Boom. Nice. We got another guild rank, and we got 5 things there. Beautiful. You love to see it. Also weird. We also got an achievement here. Boom. Why did I not see... So here's guild upgrades. Try to see if anything here is worth grabbing for sure. Positive. Additional treasure floor? Sure. We'll get item drop chance as well. Sure, nice. I did not hear quest. I did not see. Yeah, there's no. We're on guild rank B, but there's no. There's no rank B quest. It looked like. Interesting. So it caps out. It looks like. But so if I go here, right, and I do this. Yeah, here it is. Send on expedition. 12 hours. What? What? Oh, it's because of it's because of the amount that we have set up here. So if I grab these guys, one expedition is 10 minutes. It doesn't seem accurate. But I guess because it's idle and it's passively in the background and you're not having to watch it, that's why. Okay, expeditions might not be where it's at. Let me... Yeah, all that does is increase roster size. Not as game breaking as I was thinking it was going to be. This is pretty good. We don't care about those. And we want to remove this guy's this. So this is a mask. So we need a helmet. We need a helmet to replace on this guy because this is not working for us. Not working for us at all. So I need... That's a buckler. Where we should be able to, right? Yeah, I want to only look at helmets. There we are. And we basically just want to get the best helmet for him. This filters. Is there a way to... Yeah, that's what I want to look at. That's the stat I want to look at. So... We want the least amount of minus. 290, 194. It's looking like 194. And then this, I want to unlock and I want to sell it because, yeah, we don't want that. Okay, so that fixed that problem. He should start scaling again with everybody. And we do not want those masks. Nice. We should probably just sell the masks, honestly. Why can't I? Oh, it's weird. Yeah, very weird. Why? What? Shop armor. Utilities, weapons. It should be armor, but because of these, maybe all on. Yeah, there it is. That's why. Okay, I want to sell this. I want to sell this. Boom. Okay. Just want to get rid of them so we don't have any accidents. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if expeditions are really worth it, because I kind of want to have everybody available for the boss dungeons as well. 21, 10, 17. So this is our scariest. You have duplicate adventures in your big party. I should. Why? Oh, that's because. That's why. That's why. Now it's at 37. So now it's at 37. So we come back here, 30 and 17. Okay, so I want to do this one. And we'll do it one time. Just so I can see what's going to happen. Because our chances there are relatively low of succeeding. So I just want to see if we can actually do this. A devastating encounter. Maybe it always says that when you're in a boss dungeon. We did it. We did it. So not too bad. It did look a little rough. It did look a little rough, to be fair. Give me 5. We just increased adventure XP there. Also, we have another menu on the right-hand side now. Why do we have another menu on the right-hand side? Can we have more utilities now? The boss fights are so satisfying. We're all the way up to X4 now. X6. We gained 15 levels on that one. Yeah, so let me hop back. Oh, I do want to go back to the town. I wanted to look at this chromatic compound. Well, first of all, I want to come here and go to utilities. Yeah, we had this other menu on the right-hand side, but I don't see another. That just unequipped everything. Okay, good to know that that button unequips everything. Yeah, that was super weird though. I also wanted to look at perks, abilities. surely by now we've leveled up his magic ability. Yeah, to now do some better stuff. Like protect, and then for the red magic, tornado. That's going to be, it should be, why did that go down? I don't think that should have went down. And then same thing over here. Do we have any better white magic abilities for her? Nope. So we have the best thing on her. Yeah, so we're good there. And then on him, I think we probably have the best things as well. Just to make sure. Yep. Okay. Okay. Do another 5. Try to get this up to level 40. Oh crap, the chromatic compound. I need to remember to check the chromatic compound. I want to see if we can increase our lockpicks. Okay, we leveled it up 6 times. Alright, let me go here. Here. Upgrade. Choose an inventory item? No. Okay, so... Oh, we also have 1 guild point here. Nice. Inventory. It was a here. We come here, go here, shop accessories. It's this. Can be used to add +1 to an equip item or to upgrade a unique legendary. +1 to an equip item. That makes it sound like it does what I want it to do. It makes it seem like but able to +1 your equipment. I think this. We have to get this upgraded first. Okay, so we need this, which is in the swamps. Weren't we just getting that, though? Oh, we want dungeons. That's why. We were getting that from here, I believe. Yes. All right, this is where we need to be for that. And then I think we can do what we're trying to do. But yeah, the fact that that has to be how, I mean, it's got to be like the only way to do that. Do the thing I'm trying to do, which is increase the usage of the lockpicks. The revival stuff, like, yeah, maybe, possibly, we could do it. But like we could add one to the revival if this is how it works, right? If this is how it actually works. But because adding that +1 to the revival automatically ensures this team goes a lot further. But the lockpicks is really what I'm trying to go for here. Because boom, there goes all of our lockpicks. And sometimes you just get floors that ends up with like 7 to 8 things that you need lockpicks for. Yeah, the expeditions with the time penalty is pretty rough. I mean, because I can't, like, unless you're doing mass dungeon clears. Like, technically, as of right now, we could have a team out on an expedition while we're doing this 5 times. But the time scaling of that, like, you'd want one single expedition to be happening. For instance, I don't know. There's a use case. I'm just trying to figure out the best use case. Like, for instance, like with how we run this game, if we switch over to Minecraft, for instance, then yeah, I definitely want the expeditions going on in the background while we're doing normal dungeon runs as well. Like, that makes sense. Because with those, we're doing dungeon runs that are lasting an hour, hour and a half. So you do expeditions that are around that same time frame, and then you have all 3 teams going out at the same time. When you're idling the game, it makes sense. Yeah, but right now our goal here is to try to, we're leveling up the dungeon, but we're also trying to get the materials to try to figure out if the chromatic compound does what I think it does. Whereas after the ore, really. And I don't think we needed that much, so I think we probably have the ore already that we need. But there's no risk to our team here. So we might as well just let them run. Get the dungeon XP, plus the character XP. If we're going to be running white magic on Bluebeak, I'm seeing this now. Since we're running this one, we need to give him the ability that does if this... Because this is a targeted one. We need to give him the one where it gives it to everybody. And that's going to make this more useful. Oh, I don't know if I fully said this earlier, but this guy, the haste. I'm curious if only one character needs haste to speed up the progression, or like, is it a stacking thing, right? So if they each had haste applied to them, like right now, is it a, you know, a scaling percentage because all three of them had haste that we're going even faster, or does it not matter and only one effect applies? That would be something interesting to find out as well. But yeah, we for sure have enough ore now. We're just scaling the dungeon and the XP on the people. Plus the occasional legendary is not bad either. When the haste is applied, you can definitely see the difference. Yeah, so even with the trap triggering, it's not enough to kill anybody. I don't think. Well, it might that might have popped. I'm not sure. It might have killed people. Sometimes things happen so fast it's hard to tell. Yeah, it might be killing people. But it looks like her ability is triggering before the potions are, so I guess that's a good thing. Because remember, we did stack her with agility, so that way she could avoid traps for this reason. Alright, this is our last dive, and then we can check out upgrading stuff, and then see if that actually does what I think it does. If it works the way I think it does, then that's going to be awesome, and we just need to do that one specific dungeon a whole bunch. Because then we could just boost all of our potions, all of our lockpicks, all that stuff. If it works the way it sounds like it does. Alright, we're almost to the boss. Nice. Alright, we did level up the dungeon a bit. Was it this one? I don't think it was this one. No, it was this one, wasn't it? Which one did we just run? Yeah, it must have been this one. Okay, we apparently have 28 levels that we need to apply. I mean, honestly, just character leveling. That's fine. Alright, let's go back here. Go back to town. And is this one I want to upgrade? Able to +1 your equipment. Yes. Oh, nope. This one. Okay. So this is what we needed, but you still can't do utilities. Seemingly, you still can't do utilities. Oh, so we have to upgrade our guild to get the higher quest boards. That makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, not that. That's not the one I wanted. It's this one. Yeah, we definitely want to upgrade this guy. So we're kind of stuck into this dungeon for a bit. Kind of stuck in this dungeon for a bit because we need a lot of this material. Let me go ahead and start 10 runs here, and then we'll go ahead and go to break because I have to use the restroom. And see you in a little bit. All right, let's get back in here. Sorry about that. Yeah, one of the downsides of drinking all this caffeine, right? Drank 2 cups of coffee plus the energy drink. Now I'm drinking some more caffeine. Just because of how I was feeling this morning, and just how slow and yeah, I was moving. Downside is frequent bathroom breaks. Are we getting the ore? Yeah. Yeah, we're getting the ore. Plus, we're getting the levels. So with the expeditions, I think so. Right, we're maintaining full 3 parties. The weakest party should go to the first dungeon to do expeditions, and then your next one should go to the next one, and then your main party, I think, should be running your highest available dungeon. I think that's the way to do it. And of course, that's going to be scaling as well. So eventually, your like other 2 parties are going to scale up past the dungeon level that they're at. So yeah. I was thinking about it more, and I see the benefit. I see the benefit there. Plus, you're getting bestiary. Assuming that it's working the way I think, you're getting your bestiary entries as well accomplished. Plus, grinding out any legendary gear with the filters, assuming the filters apply to the expeditions. I'm seeing the benefit. To that point, actually. To that point, let's leave now. And what we'll do here first, I want to... Let's reset this, and... No, it's not... I don't know if item drop rates applies to the materials, but I do know treasure floors do. So let's increase treasure floors on this. But to that point, if we come here, first of all, let's, no, here, bestiary. The next boss that we need is Vampire Lord. So that's going to be Sanguir Castle. So if we switch the party to our lowest party, and we expedition, we'll call it 30 minutes. Yeah. Well, we could get expedition up to an hour. So we'll expedition this one an hour. This is our lowest geared party, I should say. Technically, level-wise, these are our weakest. So yeah. Level-wise, these are our weakest. So we want to send these guys here. Do a 1-hour expedition. Boom. So we did an expedition. Party has been sent expedition, and we'll turn at that time. Nice. Nice. And so is this working the way I think? So I can't... Oh, you can actually still run the normal dungeon as well, as long as you're using a different party. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. I thought it would lock it out completely, but guess not. So then that, and then what... What is our next boss? This guy? And this is the Latia Jungles. So this, we send this team out with a 75% chance of a success. And I'm assuming it's simulating six. I don't know how the expedition simulates that part. But there's that. So now we have these guys out on an expedition. So we're actually running all of our teams at one time. Now, if I had to guess, if I try to go here, yeah. No. If I do this, yeah. You cannot run boss dungeons while expeditions are happening. I did assume that. I just wanted to verify that. We can claim this achievement here. Not that that really matters other than for the achievement. So we have also there's no indication on the actual dungeon itself. I know there's an indication here in the town. So if we come here, we can look at our expeditions here. Okay, interestingly, even here, it does not tell you what dungeon they're at. So that would be something interesting, as well as I think it would be nice to have it on here as well. So if I click on this, it would be nice to see that, hey, you have a party here in the expedition somewhere. But yeah, just my own thoughts here. Now, we were trying to upgrade something. Not that. This. We're trying to get the Adventurers Guild. So we need 8 more material here. Because we need access to the higher ranks. And it's the quest boards that we're after here. It's not necessarily the guild shop, but the guild shop would be nice. Nice enough. And is this the one? I'm assuming this is the one that we're running to get that material. We'll go 3. Yeah, it is. It is. Because this is the one, this is the dungeon we were leveling up. We did increase treasure floor chance here. So that's in order to get materials. But yeah, it'll be curious here, after an hour here, we can see the progress of the expeditions. And it's going to be interesting to see if, do you get the bestiary kills from it? Do you get the simulated runs? So over the course of an hour, at times 8 speed, whatever that equates to. I think that's almost, it's almost 50, probably 30. So is that equivalent to 30 runs of a normal dungeon? Because it doesn't say that either in the expedition menu. Yeah, we're after the materials here on this one. So we can get access to the rank B quest board. I really am enjoying this game, though. It's such an interesting game that, like, there's idle elements. Like, I've talked about this like 10 times already, but there's idle elements to this game, but there's so much in-depth other things happening inside this game. There's a lot of value for, what, the $8 that it costs or whatever? A lot of replayability, a lot of value. That was a boss chest mimic. Those are always interesting. But yeah, as I've gotten older, or I guess as the gaming sphere has changed throughout the years, I put a lot higher stake and value on games that incentivize replayability, in the sense that the reason for doing the replays is worthwhile. Like, yeah, like you have some games that, yeah, you can just play repeatedly over and over and over and over and over, but the incentive of doing it isn't there, right? That's another reason why I've stuck to Minecraft for so long too, because Minecraft has all the mod packs and stuff like that. So every time there's a new mod pack that you're playing, it ideally, this is what you're wanting from a mod pack, is giving a unique enough experience in that pack that separates it from other packs, and the value's there, right? Like, as an example with Minecraft, I think, when did I buy Minecraft? I think I was like 12 years old. I was like 12 years old or something when I originally bought Minecraft. And at that time, there wasn't like huge, I mean, there was mod support, but not to the level that there is today. And back then, if you wanted to play a modded version, you were pretty much relegated to playing on servers. And so I remember we used to run, my friends and I would play on servers back then. And that's what we would do. And now, see, there was a free boss chest there, randomly. But anyway, now the solo player aspect, the modded support has increased exponentially since that time. And we're talking like 16 years, right? That the modded community has taken Minecraft to such a level that the single player experience, you don't have to rely on servers. Some people play servers, that's fine. Like, but you don't have to rely on them. You can do everything locally, which is awesome. And when I'm talking about servers, I'm not talking about like a community game space server. You know, I'm talking about like one of the big, like Hypixel. I don't know if that server's still around, but like Hypixel and stuff like that. Those huge servers that people play on. But yeah, like back, I don't know how much Minecraft, I don't know if they've changed the price of the game or not, but like, yeah, back when I was 12, I think it was like 20 bucks or something. And back then you were getting quite a bit of value from it with all the servers and stuff. But now, if it's still $20, the value of that game because of the modded space is just so far out there. All right, did we level up twice of the dungeon? And did we get the materials we needed? We did. This is the one we're wanting to upgrade. Make sure that this unlocks the quest board. Yes, it does. Boom. So now we also have the guild shop, which specifically sells legendaries, which is very interesting. Physical defense 400. Stone blocks. Stone block boots. Oh, but it okay. So you're pretty much guaranteed get hit by traps. But your physical defense is so high that I guess you're hoping it doesn't matter. Interesting. I was just curious. Not really why I wanted to do that. I wanted to do it for this. Now we have access to the B and B+. These are what we were after. Hunt evil weapon. Okay. Hunt machine lord. Okay. Need to know how they work. And need my privacy. I'm thinking these two are our storyline quests, and these are going to be our normal quests. Yes, I was correct there. Repeatable quests on D and C. Okay. Now, what are our stories? So we have a lockpicking one. As you look over the quest board, you hear a familiar voice behind you. Turning towards the speaker, you see the Imkin with a shiny gold tooth grinning up towards you. We're needing some of those special talents again real soon, if you catch my meaning. He gestures towards the table with a tall Waken and a one-eyed Kitkin waiting. Sheets of notes sprawled out show a lot of thought and research as towards what... As towards what goal remains unclear. Okay. The sly Imkin slaps a tiny finger over one page, tapping decidedly. Beasts have a funny way of hoarding the goods, but they never seem to need half of what they grab. Now do they? Piece together some of the scouting reports from a glance while he elaborates. A fortress of monsters deep into wild territory seems to be heavily guarded from the outside, with a couple of recent attempts to get near. The scouting has shown many monster patrols coming and going through the wildlands that border the stronghold. However, it seems clear that the inside is almost too easy to navigate. Now that the group has a fully mapped layout of the monster's maze and an understanding of their movements, the time is coming for a swift and efficient infiltration to liberate what excess treasures lay in wait. Nice. You hold a quest slip in hand as you approach a large home fit for a noble, not far from the market district. Shortly after using the lion head iron knocker, the door creaks open. A Woken dressed in a formal servant attire eyes you quite plainly before speaking. And you are... Click. His voice... Oh. And you are... Click. His voice is deep and seems to make an odd clicking sound when shutting his mouth, but the professional tone overshadows any eccentricity about him. You can only answer by raising up the quest slip to explain. Ah, come, click. Please do be discreet. Click, click. Guiding you to a secluded corner of the workers' quarters, he explains the job more clearly. It seems the noble of the house had received credible threats from a known threat, and in the... I would say known source. Not known threat, but whatever. In the past, this particular villain has struck with poison candies to strike fear into the families he seeks to exploit. Well, don't eat the freaking candies. Extra security will be needed for a party this night, as noble families are gathering for a seasonal event that now risks tragedy. Okay. And accept the quests. Boom. Nagahide waits outside at the decided time, watching the sunset. They hear the usual posh rabble as guests arrive and exchange vague pleasantries. The butler Wolken opens the door to the back, ushering them inside. He hands you a small bag. These are the finest treats from the confectionery. Click. If anything looks suspicious, replace it with these. They seem to radiate a purity in their sweet scent. Each ball is sugar like a gem to the eyes of a child. The butler returns to the party, raising a small bell and clicking out an overly verbose speech to clicking out because of his click click. To introduce the host, as well as to give Nagahide adequate time to survey the room. Nagahide's attention is arrested by the sight of another sugary treat resting oddly near a platter. It holds a similar tempting shine that barely distracts from a sickly and thick layer of coated venom. Without a proper treat to compare it to, it would have been impossible to pick out so easily, even with their sharp eyes. With a swift stride, Nagahide moves into the gathering hall, sneaking behind the nobility. Small purple traps. The city to replace poison candy with a clean one, and then another, and another. Small purple traps are laid out all through the room now that Nagahide has an eye for them. But each one quickly disappears into the quarantine sack. Oh, so it's talking about the treats being traps. I was like, wait, there's a party happening, but there's traps and treats and poisons and... Well, okay. While the butler talks, Nagahide can sense time is nearly up to finish the job when a giggling sound catches their attention, turning to see a baby gripping a venomous ball in its hand. Dragaea dashes like a cat and swiftly steals the candy from the baby. It sits in silent shock for only a moment before they fill its hand with a shining, clean substitute, restoring its smile and safety, all without alarming any guests. Okay. Nice. So we did that one. Beautiful. What's our material looking like? We need this to get another table and hire equipment for gambling. What about our market share here? This one increases accessories. Okay, yeah, we need this for the materials as well. Also for this. And these two are already that, so we don't need that. Nothing really good here on utilities. Other than this has 4 uses, but yeah. Okay. I was really hoping we were going to be able to level up the utilities. Guess not. So we just need to do this more, is basically what it comes down to. Let's do 5 runs. Next, we should go for the material shop first. I think it's 20 or something like that. Materials that we need from here. Because upgrading the material shop usually allows you to buy the material that you're after. You never rewind. Can you hear? Wolf cry out to the light. It shines so bright. Let me turn my lights on. I think you see the eye bags. Yep. Okay, so yeah, the minimum here is 5. Turn the FPS limit off. On screen at a time. Text speed. Turn that to 5. It's 3 a.m. for you. What time is it for me? It is currently 5:20 p.m. Treasure floor, nice. This is what we need. Need all some material. Now, we do have that thing that also has a chance to immediately spawn another treasure floor. I didn't know. We had that guild ability unlocked. Currently 3 a.m. for you. Trying to think where that would place you. Europe? Mexico. Wow, I was way off. I see. I was way off. Yeah, 3 a.m. Because I know Central U.S. Oh, yeah. So you should be Central Time Zone, I think? Because there's daylight savings time, right? So then that kicked the clocks back an hour. You're from SoCal. Got you. I think. So it should be 3:30-ish a.m. for you. SoCal, I don't know if I've spent any time in SoCal. Like, I don't know the regions of California. I spent time in Huntington Beach, in the Huntington Beach area. And when I flew through and spent a day in... Honestly, I don't even know. One of the airports. On my last trip here, my flight got delayed and diverted, so I ended up flying to California. But I don't exactly... I was so out of it, you know, like when you're traveling long distances. You were told they don't do daylight savings over there? Oh, But yeah, like, you know, like how when you're traveling long distances, you kind of go, you know, you get out of it a bit. And especially when you're dealing with a diverted flight and stuff like that. Yeah, so I'm not exactly what part of California that I ended up staying out on that one. On that trip. But yeah, I did spend like actual time in the Huntington Beach area. Lucky if I haven't spent time in Southern California. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what constitutes Southern California. I spent time in Huntington Beach. I don't... What is that? Mid California? I don't know. It's not break time, actually. Streamlabs, you are way off, actually. I've noticed with Streamlabs, like the bots, right? Streamlabs, Pokemon Community Game, all the bots tend to start working if there's a lot of chat activity. So if at the beginning of the stream, if there's not a lot of chat activity, the bots just like act like they're not even here. So then that affects the timers of everything. So for instance, my guess would be the chat activity started probably 30 minutes into the stream. roughly 25 minutes into the stream, so then that activated the chatbots, and then that's why the timers get all messed up. But yeah, I spent time in the Huntington Beach area. It was fine. We had a fun time. We were there for a family wedding, and I think we were there for a week or two. I can't remember. I was relatively young when we were there. But it seemed like a fine area to be in. I know we also went to Hollywood Boulevard while we were there. I think that's where all like the stars and the sidewalk and stuff are. Oh, that was cool. But I seen some weirdness that that I'll never forget. Not because it was a positive experience, but just because it was a scarring experience. So we were driving through that area, where the Star Walk, I think is what they call it, or something like that. And we were driving through, and then all of a sudden, we're looking around, looking outside of the car and stuff, and then all of a sudden there's just like a naked guy just walking down the street. for I don't know why, but it was just a naked guy walking down the street like nothing was wrong, and I'll never forget that. Southern California doesn't have a single strict starting line, but it's generally considered to begin around the latitude of point conception and the mountains, which is roughly north of Santa Barbara and San Luis counties. More precise geographic boundary can be seen along the northern boundaries and sand. This is what AI is telling you? Got you. Yeah. Yeah, the most jarring experience, though, of the California trip was definitely going through the Star Walk and driving around that area and then just seeing a random naked guy walking down the street. Like, there was no cops or nothing. They didn't do it, there was no cops on him or nothing. He was just, it seemed like people was just like, oh, this is normal here. Like, up to level 36 on this dungeon. So I don't want to pry. I'm just curious. So you're from SoCal, but you're in Mexico. Are you living in Mexico now, or are you there just business, just work stuff, or I'm just curious, visiting family? Never know. Just curious. You don't have to answer, of course. Just my own curiosity. Did we get enough materials to upgrade the shop? Not quite. We need 5 more of those. 5 more of those, then we can upgrade the shop. We could probably do it in one. Let's try it. In one run. California is disgusting, and there are too many laws that make things worse with crime. I mean, honestly, I think you have a lot of places in the world like that. I don't think no crime is good crime. That's my opinion, right? Like, if everybody could just live in peace and not hurt other people, because usually crime involves hurting other people, right? Whether it's actively person on person, or whether it's person on environment. Person on environment hurts the community that environment is in. So, yeah. You moved with your wife, and she has family over there. Your family is in SoCal, but you'd rather be over here. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, so that's a similar story here. Why I'm in the Philippines is because my wife is from here, and her family's here. And when I retired out of the nice treasure floor, that's what we needed. When I retired out of the military, I was in a position that was close enough that it just made sense for me to come over here. And yeah, so we're over here. We're actually working on getting her visa and stuff to go to the US though, and eventually we will be back in the US. It's just that we hired a company to help us with the process, and this company has a very high success rate of their clients. So they're very, how do I put this? They're very thorough. They're very thorough. Thorough is the word I'm looking for. In their requirement side of things. Like, I'm pretty confident at this stage of all the documents and stuff that we have should easily be enough for the visa requirements. But this company is very thorough and wanting more and more and more and more and more stuff. So yeah, that's just kind of where we're at. Okay, so I think I have enough here to get the material shop upgraded. Boom. Can I now buy the things that I'm farming? Yes, I can. Boom. And that's gonna help us out. What is this statue? You see this statue? Look at this. It like fades in. It's so weird. What is this statue? Such a weird animation happening. Anyway. I think the shop refreshes after one run. So we'll just do another run here real quick. I didn't apply the level points. Of course, I don't know if we actually got any, but yeah, so we're actually over here working on her visa. And I actually ended up getting, this is the crazy part. For the Philippines visa, because I'm married, right? It took us about 2 to 3 months in order to get my spouse visa for here. Whereas in the US, after submitting, it takes 1.5 to 2 years. And that's after submission. Whereas here, we were able to do it in 2 to 3 months. Kind of crazy. Nice. We did the thing. We did the thing. We got the second treasure floor after the first treasure floor. That is cool that we're doing that. Yeah. Yeah, I do as well. I really hope that it works out. We have plans, right? We have life plans for when we get there. I don't know how to, I'm an optimist, right? I've gone through life with a mindset of optimism that everything will work out the way that I plan that it's going to work out, because I found in life that for the most part, unless you have outside forces interfering with things, for the most part, you can kind of control what happens. Not all the time. I'm not saying all the time you can control things. But major overarching life stuff, you do have a semblance of control. So I have the optimism that we have our life plans, that we have certain milestones in mind, and I'm the one setting these goals. She doesn't think that way. She's not like she doesn't think that way because she doesn't like to get disappointed and stuff. But I have lived my life this way with, okay, I have a goal of doing this, so I'm gonna do things to try to accomplish this goal. And that's for me. That's how I do it. Not everybody does that, which is fine. To each their own. But that's just me. We did want to. Did we want to do that? What were we trying to upgrade? But yeah, like we have plans, we have goals, and at least I do. And I'm just gonna try to set us up for success. Really, is really what it comes down to. May work out, may not. After much planning and gathering adequate woods and accessories, you drag into place the final table. The cottage is much cleaner now, and with a proper fire, it actually lights up with a very cozy atmosphere. Long planks of lumber from a bar in front of the old kitchen and a stack of sturdy empty crates create a makeshift stage for a lyricist in the opposite corner. Though most tables now have freshly assembled chairs, some simply have short barrels to work as stools and a quaint make do with what you have style. The Birkin never once dropped his smile as you helped his vision come to fruition. I couldn't have done this alone with my bum leg. I'd say you earned a drink, isn't that right, boys? You turn to notice some of the workers pooling in as the masonry empties. The building transforms before you from a quiet and cozy cottage to a lively tavern filled to the brim with warm and bubbly laughter. Nice. We also did some repeatable quests. Yeah, so back to what I was saying. There are things you cannot control, right? I fully admit that. I am an embodiment of that. I have physical things that happen to me that I could not control. And I suffer because of those consequences. Because of the consequences of those things happening. I fully admit that I could not control those circumstances. But for instance, what I'm trying to talk about, right, is I was going to college. I could not afford to continue going to college. I had to make a decision. I had to make a choice. An aspect of control here, right? I chose to not continue college and to go to work at a job that was supposed to have benefits. That didn't work out because I was there for a year. Some life stuff happened, but the biggest thing was that they just never hired me on. I was a temp at this company, and they just never hired me on after a year. It was not sustainable. I mean, it was sustainable in the fact that I could have kept doing it monetarily. Like, the money was fine. It wasn't great, but it was fine. But the lack of benefits was going to catch up to me. Benefits, health insurance, dental insurance, that kind of stuff. That was going to catch up to me eventually. And if they were not going to hire me on, then there was no reason for me to stay there. So before quitting that job, I didn't just quit. I've never quit a job. What I did was one weekend when I was not working, I went to a recruiter's office, and I went to, in my case, the Air Force recruiter's office, and I was like, hey, I'm interested in joining for X, Y, and Z reasons. Part of it was family. I come from a veteran family and stuff like that, but there was other reasons involved. One thing was the benefits, healthcare, stuff like that. And I made that choice. I walked in there, took the test, got the job. I chose the job I wanted. The recruiter tried to send me out with other jobs that I just flat out refused. I was like, nope, I'm not going unless I get this job. And I was very grateful and lucky that the recruiter was willing to work with me on that, and that she allowed me to be stubborn like that and was like, no, this network engineering, this is what I want to do. First of all, they don't call it that in the service, but that's essentially what the job was. So yeah, that was a choice that I made. Plus, when I got to basic training, past that into the schooling aspect, of the job. You know, all this is kind of the military works, right? You have your basic combat stuff, and then physical fitness stuff like that. And then once you leave that, you go into a schoolhouse, and that's where they're going to teach you your job for the military. But every step along the way there, I had to make choices and decide that this is what I'm going to do. This is how I'm going to do it. And it's a mental battle, right? You have to tell yourself, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make it. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make it. And then, every step along the way. And then that persisted until I got to the unit that I went to, which was, like I said, a combat unit. And that, love the unit, love the job. The island that they sent me to, the medical side of that was trash, which is what ended up making my injuries worse. And it got to a point where they essentially retired me from service, right? They were like, oh, thanks for your service. Bye. And there's other parts of me, like if I try not to do this, but sometimes I catch myself doing this. I try not to look back and be like, well, maybe if they would have sent me here instead of where they sent me, my life wouldn't look the way it does, right? But you have to be careful with that. You have to be careful with that process. There's a constructive version of that process of saying, yes, this could have been, but there can also be a detriment in that process of now you get fixated and stuck on it, and you just can't let yourself do that. You cannot fixate on things that could have been or should have been or whatever. You just kind of have to keep looking towards the future and saying, okay, well, this did happen. This is how things happened. How can I position myself and control what parts of my life can I control now to position myself into a better future and not focus on, okay, back here, these things happened and boo-hoo, right? There's a time and a place for all these things. Yeah. So my mindset has basically been just keep looking forward, focus on things in the past, learn from them if you can, but just let it go, move forward, and focus frontwards. All right. Sorry. I don't like getting that deep, but sometimes I'm in the mood. And we have one more building that requires this material. Oh, we have two. Crap. Armor shop, offhand stuff. Tier 3 accessories. I don't think any of it really matters. Yeah, kind of whatever. Shop armor. Sell the filtered. We have picked up some interesting stuff here. Yeah, we did pick up some interesting stuff there. Oh, we can't change their equipment because they're on an expedition. See, this little thing right here? This should be on more screens. This on an expedition should be on more screens. And then, like, you could put this little thing, like, on the dungeons as well. So you cannot change gear if they're on an expedition. Understood. Understood. Alright, unfortunately, we do need more of this material, so we're going to have to do another run, y'all. Oh, I need to change his ability. I keep forgetting that as well. In 2 expeditions, because that shop refreshes every, not expeditions, every dungeon dive, because the shop refreshes every dive, in 2 dives, we'll have the materials that we need. plus whatever excess we end up getting from the actual dives themselves. Appreciate the insight. Yeah, for sure, for sure. My biggest worry, right, is just that, like I said, I'm a very positive person, right, inside and out. So when I say that, inward looking at my own situation and outward looking at other people's situations. The hardest thing and the thing that I don't want people to, I don't want anybody to experience this. And the feeling is of being stuck, right? You're gonna have ebbs and flows, right? You're gonna have highs and you're gonna have lows. The biggest thing is not to get in a low and get so focused on the fact that you're in a low that you cannot see the opportunities that'll bring you out of that rut. And the biggest thing is I don't want people, I don't want anybody to be stuck in a low and not see a way out. There's always a way out. It may not be immediate. It may take some time, but there's always a way out. Crap, once again. The white ability allowing him to give everybody a barrier instead of just one person at a time. I keep forgetting that. Did it again? Like another personal example, right, is when I left the service and I moved here to be with my wife. When I first moved here, I'm just on tourist visas, right? On a tourist visa, you're not allowed to work, you're not allowed to do anything. Just exist, basically. Exist and spend money is what you're allowed to do. And so you can only be here on a tourist visa for like 3 months at a time or something like that. So every 3 months I was having to leave, go somewhere, come back, which is fine. It's just a process. But I'm doing this, and my wife and I had, like, my wife had just graduated college and all this stuff, and I'm sitting there, and we're both sitting there, and my wife, we're out in the countryside. So my wife has a degree in basically industrial technology. It's a IT-based degree. And out in the countryside, she wasn't able to utilize that degree. And there was a few times that after a few months, we're sitting there and we're just like, what are we doing? Right? Because I left the military. I lost my sense of purpose with that side of things. And when I say I left, I was forced out of the military for medical reasons. But anyway, so I lost my employment. I lost my friends. But I had my wife. But my wife and I are sitting there, and we're just like, what are we doing? We're just sitting here. We're not doing anything. We're just existing. And that's when we kind of had to look at each other and been like, okay, well, what's our move? What do we do? How do we get out of this rut? And the answer for me was I got back into streaming. That streaming gives me the sense of purpose, right? It gives me, I don't like saying it this way, a job, but it's not a job, but it gives me the purpose, the entertaining value, and you know, this gives me something active to be doing, essentially. And then we moved to the city, and then now she's working, so now she got her sense of purpose while we're doing these other things, and we're waiting for the visa process and all that stuff to go through. Streaming really has helped me in that sense. All right, so now we need material that's for everything that we currently do not have access to. I would like to finish this up before moving on to this dungeon. So I would like to get this leveled up enough. I think that's going to require at least 2 runs. We want it to get it at least up to level 40. We don't need the material, now we just need the levels. Our expedition should be getting finished up here pretty soon as well. All right, we're up to level 39. One more level, and then we can get up to our level 40 on this dungeon. Inside a safe hiding place, light will guide us on the way. Treasure floor, beautiful. Love to see it. Free boss chest. Now, what are the chances of giving us another treasure floor on the last floor? You haven't understand what I'm talking about? You're experiencing something similar? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the biggest thing is just finding something, right? Find something that gives you a sense of purpose. For me, it was streaming. But that's not going to be the answer for everybody. Some people, it could be going to your local animal shelter and volunteering, right? It could be... Oh, we just got new lockpicks. Hopefully it's better than our current ones. It could be doing a community project and cleaning up an area. You know, some people it's as easy as mowing the grass, you know, like if you have grass, you know, if you don't have grass, raking the yard, you know, like raking the sand or whatever, you know. Before, when I first left the military, for me it was the dogs. We have 2 dogs, and I'm kind of the dogs' caretakers, right? So I clean their kennels, I give them baths, I let them out to go to the bathroom, I feed them, I water them, you know, water the dogs. But fucking you know, that's also helped. But animals aren't going to be the answer for everything. You dabble with YouTube, like creating content, yeah. YouTube's rough. YouTube, for me personally, I am not an editor. I do not have the patience to edit videos. So for me, live streaming was my solution. But some people enjoy editing and stuff like that, which is good for them. But for me, it wasn't. My buddy, he switched from active duty over into the reserves. He's going to college, and he's still doing the reserves. But he is also a very creative person, right? So he enjoys doing imagery, doing music, stuff like that. Wow, we were so close to getting level 40. We have to do one more run. One more run to get to level 40 here. Yep, treasure floor, sure. But yeah, this should finish off this dungeon. But yeah, he's very into creative. He makes music. He does artistry stuff. He does, you know, all that stuff. I'm not a creative person. I would put video editing, video creation, YouTube video creation, along with more of a creative aspect, right? You have to have a creative aspect of that. Streaming is more of a active, right? It's for me, in my own personal opinion, streaming is a very active dynamic. So I'm sitting here, I'm talking to you, we're engaging in conversation. It's somewhat creative, but not as much as, you know what I'm trying to explain here? You have art, you have an artist, and an artist would probably be interested in making YouTube videos. I do not have an artistic bone in my body. But my buddy, he's the one who does the, he did the panels for the Twitch page. He did the Rapid Mason logo, all that stuff. All right, nice. We did get it up to 40, which was the goal. Now we are just about here at the 4-hour mark, which means we are going to be going into here and doing a 50s run while we're booting up Minecraft and stuff like that. But our expeditions should also be done, I think, by now. So I would like to see. Okay, they return in 1 minute. So we're going to wait for these expeditions. And then when the expeditions get done, I'll see what happens. I don't know. I don't know what happens after the expeditions are done. I don't know. Do I need to come into this screen? Does it just pop up on my screen? Who knows? So we're going to check that out here after the break. And I'll be right back. Feel free to grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. And I'll be right back. All right, let's just jump back in here. So here's how I want to explain this. I gave it a little bit more thought. Streaming to me, so I have a very analytical mind, right? That's what makes me good at what I do. As far as the network engineering side of things, I have a very analytical mind. I can analyze things to death. For me, streaming is a way to exercise the analytical mind. If you see the types of games I play, I'm not the best at anything I do, but I try to play things that encourage me to use my brain, right? That's kind of why I don't like horror games as much as well, because my brain is so analytical that I overthink so much that jump scares and stuff like that really affect me. But like a game like this, you're analyzing things and all that, and streaming, having these conversations that we're having right now, allows me to have these analytical type conversations as well, and I really, really enjoy it. And I think YouTube creation is more creative and less analytical in my opinion. So it kind of comes down to the type of person you are when it comes to content creation. Are you more of a creative type, or are you more an analytical type? That's my opinion. My opinion. Welcome them home. That's interesting. So if I hit this, what happens? Okay, dungeon success is 6. So it uses the time frame. Interesting. It only acquired 1 item because of a legendary drop. Very interesting. Very interesting. I don't know what that sounds about. I don't know if it's because of the expedition or... So these guys actually failed once. I see. Interesting. So that dinging noise is because there was an expedition that was ready to be accomplished. I see. Interesting. So that's how expeditions work. But see, 48 hours. It's just weird. So I think expeditions at 1 hour or 4 hours, like for instance, when we switch over to Minecraft, if we do some expeditions of 4 hours, that's probably fine. But it's only going to accomplish the dungeon 9 times. That's the weird part about this time scaling. Because if I was actually to run the dungeon with this team, it would not take 4 hours to do this. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Before we do this, let's go back here, and I want to set up the equipment on everybody. Okay. You'll be right back. Going outside to smoke a cigarette? No worries. No worries. Boom, 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 boom. Sorry if I went a little bit deep. We'll just blame it on the excess caffeine. 4 hours. for this team. Yeah. We want this one to do this one. Also, I want to check the bestiary. The bestiary. Yes, so it does scale this as well, it looks like. So we will get 9 more expedition kills with these guys. And then we'll come back here. And this party is going to go back into this dungeon. Okay. And then now we're going to take these. And we want to do 50 runs with these guys on this dungeon to hopefully get some good stuff. But first, we go town. Here, utilities. Is this uses 9? 9 uses. This is just a lot better. To the point now we can unlock this and come here to the utility shop and sell that. Holy cow, that is awesome. So we are going to do 50 runs on the new one with our main team. And we're going to let that go while we're booting up all the mods 10 to the sky. One second. I do need to leave. Continue. Because I forgot I need to set up his perk for the white magic to target everybody. There we go. Now, come back in here. And do our 50 runs. Alright. So let's boot up all the mods 10 to the sky. Then while we're waiting on that, we'll just watch this. They went a little bit fancier with this dungeon. They actually have animations and stuff. We are going to turn the sound off, though, on this as well. We don't need the sounds. Not when we're going to be switching over to Minecraft. Boom, 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 ba da doo 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 doo. Do 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 do. Computer's struggling right now with loading up the mod pack. Just waiting on that title screen to pop up before I switch over completely. Ooh, spare boss chest. A mimic. Nice, we got some ore there. Cool. Alright. Title screen is up. There we are. There we go. Alright, I do need to change. This over to Minecraft as well. There it goes. Boom, 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 boom. Da 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 da. All right, loaded in, looking good. We do have creative flight now. We do have creative flight now. We were working on preparing for the Chaos Dragon fight. Whoa. So we need maybe more speed. But we needed potions of healing for something. Let me look here, because I did not bookmark. I did not bookmark. So it's not that one. Okay. Oh, it was the Undying modules, but I think we already finished that. I think we already finished those. Yeah, we already got those, so we're good there. We're good there. We're just working on our bow at this point. And for our bow modules, we need potions of swiftness. The max installable is 8. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we need 2 more of those. So we need 16. 16 more potions of swiftness is what we're looking at here. 16 more potions of swiftness. So 16 divided by 3 is going to be 6 with spares. Six with spares. Now these are just water bottles. Tonight. So actually these water bottles are useless for these endeavors. Because we just want normal bottles. We just want normal bottles. Mm-hmm. There's no way of like I could get an item drain, I guess. Or an Ender IO fluid tank. Nope. So it's going to be a drain. Copper casing. And then what we can do, I think. Yeah, that's a problem if it fills up, but all we gotta do Do a little bit of that. Okay, get some more sand. There we go. So now, no soliciting. Nice, we successfully completed the dungeon. Nice, looking good. There we go. There we are. Now, so we need 2 more of those. 2 more of those. It's 8 more of these. See if this works. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I need 4 of those. Need draconium. When the sky is falling down hard, falling down hard. Alrighty. Okay, that one I was fine with. Now I just need to awaken Draconium. And this one's gonna break, I think. Oh, it didn't. Okay. But it was fine on that. So we've maxed the speed out now of the bow. So we fully maxed out the speed. What about multi-shot? I think there should be a... I thought there was a multi-shot. That might just be a... enchantment, though? Just stand back, I'm chasing storms. Okay, let's look at multi. Fires additional arrow. How high? Just one? Okay, you can only get multi-shot one, it looks like. Book and Quill. So wrapped in silence. More than this, more than this. Can you not put multi-shot on an infinity bow? I guess not. Multi-shot is for crossbows. I do that every time. So then it would have to be a module. Oh, surrounded in silence. Hmm. Boom, boom. The one thing we do know is we want more damage. I'm also going to want this as well. Do. At least 2. Do. Okay. It definitely helps. Then the rest. $23. So we can add 4 more to get that close to a 1% inaccuracy. Then I'll have to do math on the rest. We're gonna need splash potions of strength. Strength is blaze powder. I do want to go ahead and move this closer to over here. This will help. This will help greatly. Okay, and then clear up the area a bit. And we want 4 of those, which is we need 6 more of those. So we need 2 wart. There we are. Do 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 do. There we go. All right, now we just need draconium, a bunch of bone meal. There we go. Bees, bees, bees. All right, give me 4 of these. Wrong one. Need a bit more. Another more. Another star. Experience here. Another star essence, rather. My brain's failing me. Ba-da-da-da. Do-do-do-do. Yeah, it's gonna fail, but at least we can get all the base components made. There we go. And then we add in one more of those. So 18 allows us to add in 3 more damage modules. All right, we're gonna need 6 more potions of strength. And then we need 2 glowstone. And then 2 gunpowder. Do 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 do. I will fly, soaring higher and higher, see the ground, are getting so bright. On where I'm from, guided by intuition, pressing out my temptation. Find the way, find the color through the gray. Boom, bottom, bottom. Gotta craft up everything, even though we know it's gonna fail. Okay, there it goes. Here we go. Okay. Of my heart. Probably gonna be about the best we can do there. Things I have, they are overwhelming me. Also, do I not? Apparently I don't need an arrow for this, which is interesting. There is no arrow in my inventory. Alright, we are as prepared as we're gonna be, I think, though. So hard. The only thing else we could do is add on power. They are overwhelming me. I thought we could maybe... The Blade Forger. Like an anvil. Weird. Okay. What about a... I think you can use this to pull enchantments off. In your eyes, never forget the times we had. You're the only one I see when you look at me. We tried so hard. Oh, I thought it needed power. Gonna need books. Whelming me. Nice. Just need 8. Beautiful. I think that's gonna be about the best we can do there. Smile. And then we're going to go ahead and go to break. When we get back, we're going to go hunt down the Chaos Dragon. Feel free to grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes. Alrighty, folks, let's hop back in here. Here we go. All right. Chaos Dragon time. Boom, 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 boom. All right, the first stage of the fight involves breaking. I need to find. Go to the end. 10K. Probably here. All right, jetpack on. Jetpack's just for the extra speed. We're living life in a dream. Ba-dum, boom, boom. The heck? Well, if we ever need glowstone, I guess. Do 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 do. Hit a wall. Hit another wall. This is very annoying. Let me... Let's just fly up pretty high here. So hopefully we can avoid running into things some more. We're living life in a dream. Ba-do-do-do. Do, 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 do. Almost there. Also. Oh, yeah. On this one, I don't know. It doesn't look like... Yeah, it doesn't look like we can increase the size. It's unfortunate. I was going to try to increase the size of the actual coordinates. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Looks like we can't, though. Do-do. Do-do. 1,000 blocks away. Ba-do, da-do, da-do. Okay, we're almost there. Almost there. Alright, so that should be it. Huh. I guess it just... We had to be up higher or something? I don't know. That was weird. Try and kill that boss from afar. There we go. Just for funsies. Alright, so this is getting closer, I think. I'm just a little worried that the other... Okay, no, this is it. Maybe I shouldn't engage the boss. Try to make this a little bit easier. Annoyingly, he keeps teleporting around. Now, I did see a bee. What kind of bee is it? Ender bee. Don't need it. Okay. Anyway, let's set a waypoint. Chaos. And like I said, I'm really just hoping that this isn't messed up because of the terrain generation. Looks like terrain generation did not affect it. Okay, something I want to do here. I want to fly a little bit away here. Just so I can set up my backpack. There we go. Okay, yeah. Take all the lids off. We died again. Okay. This fight's always a little annoying. Just checking, making sure we got all the tops off. All right, here we go again. Okay, one of the most annoying parts of this fight. A very annoying part of this fight. Trying to see if I hang out here. Unless I give my arm a little rest here. Sophia, how's it going? How's it going? Trying to fight the Chaos Guardian. One of the most annoying fights, in my opinion. In fact, I think we might be better off with mechanism armor. Because that is just very annoying to be kept on jostled around like that. Now, the mechanism armor is not going to stop the jostling, but we can at least get potion effects and stuff on there. Negating potion effects. Does require antimatter, as well as polonium, as well as ultimate induction cells, and HDPE. So there is, it's a bit, right? We got to do quite a bit here. Well, I'll be honest here. All of a sudden, I started feeling not very good. We're going to go ahead and end the stream here. I do apologize. I think just last night added on to today. I'm just really not feeling that good. So I'm probably going to have to go lay down here for a bit. Thank you for everyone for hanging out. And I will see you guys all next time. I don't know, I just feel like really motion sick right now.